Yo, what is up? Good morning, chat. Yo, how you guys doing today? What's up, Virus? Certify, though. Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it tremendously. How you doing this morning? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I forgot to start that the other day. Or maybe I'll do that after. Sorry, fella. No idea what you're saying. In 1 hour or two? Problem with that, Pig Cave is supposed to open any minute. So I am totally down after Pig Cave, but yeah, Pig Cave is... If I'm in the grind mode, Pig Cave takes priority. It'd be cool if it opened right now, and then Pig Cave could close right when you're ready. Yo, what's up, John? Yeah. Type the sageguide command. That's not my guide. It's a guy named Archive. Yeah, no problem, you guys. Just try your best. We'll figure it out. Sageguide is the command. There you go. Yeah. Hopefully it wasn't me in there. Actually, had a shy kill me. I played my my weekly games last night, and had a shy backed into a corner. I guess I didn't notice that little fucker Misty hazed me. All of a sudden I was stunned and I was dead. I was like, that little fucking devil. I haven't seen that clip though. Let me see. I hope it's not the same shy, because I might end up in the next video. It was funny as hell though. Oh my god, it was the same shy. Oh no. It was the exact same shy. Yo. That's like the exact same thing that happened to me. He hit me with that one fucking ability, and I was just like, it's like, what? Yo, maybe I wasn't Misty though, because I died just like that. Deadeye died. See, same fucking guy. One kill. That was me. That man is a demon. He's a demon. Now I'm curious. Now I'm fucking curious. How's that man not number one? Apple Twinkle? Yeah, I don't know what you do for work or whatever, like Rashan, but you need them to move you to NA. They keep putting you everywhere but NA. Honestly, high ping could be advantageous too. You just can't play reactively. You have to play more aggressively if you have higher ping. And then you can use that higher ping to fuck with other people. The higher ping you are, the more beneficial it is to play aggressively, and the worse it is trying to play reactively. Because you gotta remember, it works both ways, right? If you have 200 millisecond latency, everything you're seeing is 200 milliseconds in the past. But also everything everybody else is seeing is more than 200 milliseconds in the past. Because it takes 200 milliseconds for your information to get to the server, and then the server to send whatever the latency is of the other person for it to send to that other person. So you can use that to your advantage if you play aggressively. There'll still be more desync than a lower ping player. I'm not trying to say like higher ping is better. I'm just saying there's pros and cons to both. There's obviously more pros to being low ping. Specifically to your grab getting fucked. Awakened Sage's grab, I think it's the worst grab with high ping. It bugs out so goddamn much. I genuinely think it's because there's two grabs there, right? Because if you have a melee grab, it's completely different than a ranged grab. And I think there's like some disconnect where if they're in melee range, but they're actually in range, or vice versa, like if there's a disconnect between your client and the server, that's what fucks up the grab, because it does the wrong animation and then it just lets them free. Although it never does the... It's always the range one that fucks up. Well, not always, but yeah, I don't know. What is your ping though? I'm pretty sure it's like 200, isn't it? Because you're not even like... I'm pretty sure... I don't know. I can't fucking remember. Yeah, okay. I thought so. I'm just so unmotivated to play this season because it just feels so unsatisfying. Even with the weekly quests, I did the math on that. I was like, well, I mean, it's some in my head rough mathing. I was like, even still, it's like not even worth the money. The weekly, assuming you win every game, brings AOS on par with grinding. Might as well enjoy it while we have it. But that's the thing, is I don't find just performing well enjoyable. I like performing well on something that... Because, like, right now, you're in a position where you need to perform well. Otherwise, you're shit. It's expected. It's not something where, like, oh, okay, that sage is pretty good. It's like, nah. If you're not performing good on this fucking broken-ass easy class right now, there's something wrong with your brain. And that just makes it very unsatisfying. It feels very uncompetitive. Well, I care what I think. It's not that I care what they think. It doesn't feel satisfying. It was the same thing when Musa was broken. I hopped on it and it was like, yeah, I could run around and just fucking cut people down. And sure, like, you kill people, but that isn't what makes it fun. Overcoming, like, adversity makes it fun. When you're in a situation and you're expected to lose and you pull it out because you play your ass off, that's fun. Winning just because you're expected to win, it fucking means nothing. It's hollow. That's what I care about. Yeah, the game's definitely worth playing if you want to play it. Give it a try. Do you think Striker can win? I don't know how the strikers are doing. It's just with damage so high in AOS, Awakened Sage is so fucking broken in there. It's so fucking broken. Does remind me though. Not in liquid silver, no. That's a combination of liquid silver and crons. Since everything's used as crons, you can count it as basically the same, right? All the hash people too are coping. All the people who re-rolled hash are just like they're the sage wannabes. They want to play an overpowered class, but they just want to play the step down, so they could try to cope on some plausible deniability. Hash is a fucking crazy class right now too.
Say that you're fine when you're not really fine, and you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Hash is trying to act like they're ethical because Sage exists. They are just as fucking broken in my mind. It's just luckily they're a little bit more difficult of a class, right? With their tab cancels and shit. Like I said, they just want that one step of plausible deniability. Where they could say, oh, if I wanted to play meta, I would have played Sage, right? They want to have that under their belt. Come on, Pig Cave, open up. Open up. If that was an iframe bolt, you would have got that. Nice view botting again. The protection on Lightning Prison ends quite early, which is annoying because it means you basically don't want to roll out the last hit or you run the risk of it. BA1 GM buffs? Ooh, hell yeah, let's go get that. Let me kill this pack. What are the GMs doing up this early? It's like 6 a.m. on the West Coast. What the fuck? Some gyms never sleep. Seems that way. Yeah, it happens all the time now. I don't know what they changed about it. It started right after they did the hit changes. Am I blind? I don't see the GM. Oh, Orf's right beside me. Press the button. Press the button. Oh, I've never experienced that. You have a clip of that happening? That was BA1. What's up, Velkia? Good morning. Oh, it's really worth it too. You'll be happy once you got those rewards. What's up, Bingy? My tag? This is my tag. Soon it'll be Wukong. I'll play Wukong for about a week, maybe two, and then I'll be back on Sage. I like to fuck around on new classes they add. Yeah, it doesn't take long to run there. I've considered putting a second stage there and swapping my gear over, but it would only really save me like 60 seconds, maybe 2 minutes tops to run out there. I don't want to tag because I fish on my main. And like a good chunk of my XP overnight is from AFK fishing. Mr. Garnier. You have found out this studio program called Prism. It's insane! Probably not. What does it do? What is it used for? Yeah. Well, OBS does the encoder thing. You do need extension for it. Yeah, I got multi-chat. No bacon? No. Or maybe I can find a video on it. But I highly doubt it'll... Prism software. It's called Prism 9? There's a bunch of software. How to stream to multiple platforms for free. Prism Live Studio. Okay, that's what it's called. Prism Live Studio. So it's been around since 2023. Okay. The first thing this guy says that they are a sponsor of this video. Time to find another video. The man literally starts the video that this is an upgraded version of OBS. And then goes and says, at least he discloses he's the sponsor of it, or they sponsored his video. That shit out of here. There's a lot of people who do videos on live streaming. Okay, which multi-stream better? Like there are some people who've been in this space for a long time, and they're always searching for the next best thing, right? And considering this software is already multiple years old and none of them have touched it, leaves me with my doubts. Yeah, I'm not referring to how you found it. Yeah. We'll see. I got another video planned right now. This is Temu OBS. Okay, this has already turned me off right off the hop. That the fact that you have to log in just to use the software. This already screams to me that in the future they could potentially lock you out of it without paying it. I hate the idea that you already have to log in just to use the software. That's already a massive turnoff. So far it has basic functionality. Prism specific widgets. So far, it's not looking... Aside from logging in, it doesn't look any different than OBS. This is a 16-minute video. I'm only 3 minutes in. I'm gonna speed up this video. Let's put it at 150%. Yo, what's up, Pew Pew? Yeah. Everything here seems identical to OBS. Yeah, it seems alright. I don't see any reason to move over, though. I don't like that I have to log in just to use their software. And it doesn't seem to be doing anything that I can't already do. I personally like the fact that OBS doesn't come with like all of these things built in that not everybody uses, because then you can actually keep it specifically for what you want. I don't think it's a big deal having to get an extension or a plugin to add one or two things to it, because especially when it's things that not everybody's going to use. I would rather my software stay lightweight instead of having a ton of shit built into it. I'd be interested to see some of the people who go through software like this and take a look at like the footprint that it leaves on your PC. Like how much load is it putting on your PC? Just the software alone. I imagine this one has a uses more resources. Right off hop. What's up, Menzies? If you said he wanted me to do this, do what? Oh my god. Shut up. Can we go outside? There's somebody who's level 71. Level doesn't matter in BDO. Level is one of those things where it would be like... Competing for level would be like competing for who has the most toenail clippings. It's just something like the vast majority of the BDO players don't care about. Once you're level 62, that's all that really matters.
Hello there, chat. This is Morgan Freeman speaking. I kindly ask that you stop wasting your pros on those questionable skull outfits. Perhaps then, we can return to a time when fantasy armor was bold, majestic, and, dare I say, worthy of legend.
Yeah. No, it feels like they're trying to play catch up and get more modern outfits into the game. I understand what they're doing, right? When they make outfits like this, they can make it for every single class in the game. So even though there might be less people who are individually interested in it, like at the class level, collectively, since it's targeting 26 classes instead of one, they end up getting more sales, right? Well, no, Lost Ark didn't have the monopoly on modern outfits. There's plenty of games who've been doing that longer than Lost Ark. So it's silly to attribute that to Lost Ark. That's just the nature of any game and their monetization strategy. My point is, like, they're just trying to reach a broader audience now, and even if they only get 5% of the targeted audience, the targeted audience is 26 times larger, right? So if you, like, let's say you make a cool outfit for Sage and, like, 30% of the Sages want it. That sounds, you know, like, well, I mean, just whatever. And then you make another outfit, but only 5% of the target audience wants it. Well, you say to yourself, well, the Sage outfit must be more successful. But in terms of monetization, if that target audience is 26 times larger, then the 5% is actually more sales than the 30%, right? And that's basically what they're doing with the more modern outfits, because they're able to sell it for every class. They have a smaller capture rate for the target audience, but the target audience is, you know, significantly larger. Kind of goes back to that question many times, right? Where would you rather have a bigger piece of a smaller pie or a smaller piece of a bigger pie? In a lot of cases, a smaller piece of a bigger pie is usually more effective. Speaking of grinding, I need to put my loot scroll or tent back up. I like pie. Yeah, me too.
they ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, and you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
It was pretty easy. I almost one-shot it. If I didn't accidentally 100, probably would have. I do. Yeah. I wish it gave more XP. Me too. I'm hoping whenever they add Dekia Gyphon, it's a decent spot. You want a good Sage Guide, Lyrica? We have a Sage Guide command. It's like your holy Bible on Awakened Sage information. Oh, I gotta mow my backyard tomorrow. I do a bunch of yard work. Where the hell is this pig cave? Today will be the day, chat. We're gonna will pig cave into existence. Ooh, come on, pig cave! Open up! Open! Oh, it ain't working. I think I shot myself. Got an early Father's Day gift of a new electric mower, and I am super excited to use it here in 20 minutes. And the kids, how you know you're getting old? Yeah. So I've been tempted to, because I don't have a giant yard either, right? And I've been tempted to move over to a electric mower, electric blower, electric whacker. You know, having to go out and get gas and all that shit and maintain the engine is it's getting a little bit cumbersome. So I've been thinking of making the transition myself. What brand did you end up getting? I'm kind of curious. My biggest concern is battery life, right? Is like the last thing you want to do is be halfway through mowing your lawn and then you gotta go fucking charge the battery and come back at it tomorrow. But I think that's been largely resolved now. Battery life has gone up quite substantially. Goddamn! That fucking guy, you see that? You see what that guy just got? He got a little thing from Gigagord, the blessing fragment. What are those even worth? Wait, was it not called blessing? Shit, what are those stones called? God damn it. Exalted. Fuck, it doesn't say. It's probably under enhancement, right? Upgrade. Yeah, you got a blessed soul fragment. Oh, damn. Just a straight drop. Lucky son of a gun. Hey, what's up, cool? Yeah, I'm having a pretty chill day today. I'm excited for this weekend. Gonna just do some yard work. Been a little slow getting our garden in. Weather's been kind of unpredictable. I like going out and just spending the afternoon, the whole day in the backyard, just barbecuing, and doing yard work. What am I gonna cook? I got some chicken breasts pulled out. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. Probably some corn on the cob, some chicken breasts. Maybe chop up some potatoes. The heart before the inverted for sure. And I'd probably get the order on the heart as soon as possible because that's gonna take a while to go, and the sooner you have it up, the more likely you are to get it earlier. No guarantee, but the more likely. I'm old, can't really do high APM. I mean, it can be a pretty chill class where it's like slower animations, or you can, if you want to get sweaty and pull like really good numbers, then it can be higher APM. But it doesn't have to be high APM, and it doesn't have to be low APM. You will be rewarded for exactly as much effort as you're willing to put into it. Maybe I'll just go and grab a quick bite to eat right now before the pig cave opens. Pig cave is scheduled to open sometime within the next hour. Yeah, I'll be back. It's not gonna take me long, you guys. Wait, why didn't it move the trash there? Oh, my maids. Oh, well, great. Another siege player. I know, right? All these unethical sages. Oh, shoot. Just kidding. I'll be back. Up, champ. Okay, I am back. Pig cave open? Nope. Within the hour it'll open. Man, it is opening right at the very end of its window, huh? I've been going to town on my yard, you guys. I've been out there with just a little hand weed picker. And I probably spent about 20 hours in my yard in the past 2 weeks. Or in the past, maybe even a week and a half.
Have you ever had a dream?
Just picking weeds, picking weeds, picking weeds.
By this logic, I own 4% of your account. Delete your weapon.
Wait, by what logic? What are you talking about? But yeah, I've got through all the heavy work. Now it's just like going out and maintenance. How does 24 months make it 4% of my account, though? I don't understand the correlation. That's what you gotta explain. Neither do I made it up. Fair. Fair. Yeah, the first 2 days, it was just nonstop. Sitting in my front yard, picking weed, picking weed, picking weed. There was just so many. And then after that, the second day I kind of did the same thing. Or the third day I did the same thing. And then after that, I just go out and then the weeds that were small, too small to notice at first, that got bigger, I just go out and pick them. And I've been doing that and doing that and doing that. And now we're like a week and a half later. And now it's getting like super easy. I go out there in 10 minutes. I get all the weeds. Every day there's less and less and less and less and less. Weed dailies, yeah. Pay the kid the nickel for every weed they pick? You kidding me? I'd be broke. There are so many weeds. I have a 5-gallon pail that I've filled about 10 times with weeds. I wish somebody would pay me a nickel for every weed I picked. $20 weeds is $1. I mean, 400 weeds in an hour? That's easy. $20 an hour? 400 weeds? Goddamn. I probably did 1,000 weeds in an hour. Destroying the local biodiversity? Shut up. No, we have lots of like flower gardens and flower beds and stuff like that. I'm just getting rid of the fucking dandelions. You know, I wouldn't mind the dandelions if all they did was go yellow, but when they turn into that white fluffy shit, it just looks so ugly. I can't stand it. But yeah, if we didn't have like flower beds and stuff, I'd just leave it because I'd leave it for the bees. But we have lots of flower beds and we're going to be planting more flowers in the backyard this year. So, there's still plenty for the bees to get to. Scorch the lawn, yeah. So I tried that, right? So the first thing I tried was that little pogo stick type thing where you step on it, you push it, you like aim above the weed, you step on it, you twist it a couple times, you pull it up, and then you jack the weed off, for lack of a better phrase. It's like literally cocking a shotgun, but it's like the weed that's on the tip, it just knocks it off, right? So I did that first, but it left like a ton of fucking giant holes in my yard, that tool. And it's, yeah, it was just annoying. So I stopped using that, and I was like, oh, you know what, I'll try using an herbicide. So last year, I tried using an herbicide. And I don't know what it is about the weeds here. Like, I feel like I would have had to drown my yard in that shit so fucking heavily. It did not seem very effective. Plus, there's lots of people who walk their animals through the neighborhood, so I don't really like the idea of putting a bunch of herbicides up front and then doing it out back. You know, obviously that puts my dogs at risk. So what I would do is I tried doing it in sections, and then like just going outside with the dogs and making sure they didn't go into that area. But like it just wasn't that effective. The plucking the weeds with the that like pogo stick tool was far more effective. Just manually removing them was much more effective than the herbicide. But instead of having all those holes, I legit just have a little hand tool now. And I'm just like, fuck it. I'll just go sit in the grass and do it the old-fashioned way. Yeah. Well, the key is, right, is you got to get as many of the weeds out as possible, but then you got to get your grass growing really thick. Because the thicker your grass grows, the harder it is for weeds to take place, to take foot. So, I've been trying to find a dethatcher that I could just rent. Because it's something you only really need to do like once a year or once every other year, and I don't feel like spending $300, $400 on a fucking dethatcher that is going to get used 10 times in the next 10 years, you know? But I want to dethatch it and aerate it because it effectively does the same thing, and then go through and plant a bunch of, like, overseed it and fertilize it. But yeah, I can't find anywhere in town that'll fucking rent one of those. I'll find somebody who has one, just see if I can give them $20. Let me borrow it for the day. Am I one of those turf psychos? I might be turning into one. I traditionally haven't, but like, the thing is I like being able to go out in my yard, like just barefoot. And if you have a nice lawn, yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I ain't going for a golf course green. Although, with the way I'm going, it might end up that way. Because my front yard already is like the best looking front yard in the neighborhood. This all started with me redoing my front steps. So my front steps, like when we bought the house, there was just like the prefabricated concrete front steps, right? And they were kind of falling apart, and we just kind of left it. And then a few years have passed. I mean, we've been here for over a decade now. So, the stairs have been getting really bad. Well, I just went and got a bunch of concrete, like, over the last month, and I refinished the front steps and got them looking all nice. But now that the front steps look nice, I was like, shit, now I need to edge the sidewalk, because the grass is, like, growing, like, 2-3 inches onto the sidewalk, and our sidewalk was all small because of it. So I went and edged the sidewalk, and cleared it off, pressure washed it. Now the sidewalk looks fantastic, but then there's the grass. So I'm like, fuck, now I gotta do the lawn. So I'm doing the lawn now, and I'm finally getting to the home stretch, and yeah, it's looking all fantastic. Yeah, my house is high up in elevation. We live like on a hill in the middle of our city. So, and the front of my house is facing the south, so it gets sun all day from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. And if I don't water my front lawn, and if we don't get any reasonable rainfalls, even with reasonable rainfalls, the front of my house just gets so dry. The grass will just be all brown. So I gotta periodically water it. But I don't know, I have this theory. Not really my theory, I guess. But I suspect the weeds are going and sucking a lot of the water out of the front lawn, right? Because weeds grow so much quicker and they're competing with the grass. So I figured if I get the weeds out of control, because before I had more weeds than grass in the front. I figure if I get the weeds under control, then the grass will be far more effective at retaining the moisture and won't be competing with the grass. Yeah, I grind DSR without Agris. I really want to repaint the front of my house too, because it's like this, the brick is like this gray, it's like a lighter gray, and the soffit and fascia is all like taupe, like a light brown, and it annoys the hell out of me. I wish that shit was white, because then I could paint it any other color, but because the soffit and fascia is all this fucking taupe color, I gotta find a color that actually goes with it, which is a lot more difficult. I told my wife we should just paint the front of the house white, but she doesn't want to do that. Oh, from bad to worse. Oh my goodness, that poor fucking guy. That shit is hilarious. He must have a big lawn if he was trying to do that. If you're thinking of water bombing instead of just going out there with a sprinkler and a hose, your lawn must be pretty bad. He's a very good water bomber pilot. You know, some of them, you can see videos of them doing it, and the accuracy they have is fucking remarkable. Once you realize, like, everything you have to account for, right? Like, the amount of volume of water you have, your speed, the wind direction, the slope, like, and how accurate they are, it blows my fucking mind. I didn't find that funny. I'm just not there yet. I found it funny because it was like just, yeah, it was like you got this very trivial situation where he's trying to just help his grass grow. And then he makes it worse by covering it, right? Because he's trying to cover it from the sun, so it doesn't just sit, it's not sitting there in the sun all day. But then the tarp suffocates it from the water. Probably like fucking turned it into a sauna underneath, right? So even more water evaporated out. And then he then tries to recover the water, and then water bombs, and then ends up dropping rocks. It's just, it's funny because it's just a trivial thing that turned into a massive issue. Like, the same shit will happen to me. Like, if I'm trying to do something and it just goes from bad to worse to worser to worsest, and if I would have just left it and not intervened, it would have been fine. It gets frustrating, but at the end, all you can really do is just take a step back and just kind of laugh. Just laugh because you put in all this effort to make a bad situation worse. Being stuck on my old class for the final Gladius quest annoys me a lot. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't do the main story quests family-based. It's kind of annoying. If you ever change mains, you gotta go through and now catch up on everything you've already done, and as time goes by, it gets more and more annoying. Come on, buddy. Aw, no way. Yeah, way. I wonder if, over the years of having that redemption, if there's ever been a person who accidentally broke their own neck, just fall out of their chair, fucking turning their head so quick. Yeah, Howie, wasn't it you? Didn't you used to, or no, Dragor, that's right, it was Dragor. Every single time that shit would go off, Dragor's dog would go crazy. And eventually, his dog is now desensitized to it too, apparently. Yeah, it's even freakier if you're like in an apartment building, eh? You're up on the 5th floor and you hear a fucking knock at their window. You're like, what the fuck? Speaker gamer disgusting, I know, right? I think I have seen this one. Yeah, he cusses out Calbaptor. Let's be honest, though. Anybody who's recently, I'm not going to say anybody who's been playing, because there's obviously some OG hashes. Anybody who re-rolled to hash for this season are just trying to have that one layer of separation to try to be like, oh, I'm not playing flavor of the month. If I wanted to play flavor of the month, I'd play Sage. But there's still flavor of the fucking month. They're just step down flavor of the month. That's it. They just want to they want to be like, no, we're not overpowered. They're overpowered. Don't Sage over there, you guys. Let's focus on them. They are Fodom rats just as much as Sages. Oh my god, did you guys see Huntler's game? Huntler was in a game, and the Sage on his team, the Suck Sage on his team, 1v2'd an Awakened Sage, and I think it was a Hash. And then Huntler, at the end of the round, 1v2'd the Awakened Sage, and I can't remember if it was the Tamer or the Hash. Awakened Sage propaganda? Hey, you know what? I will go get it. I want Awakened Sage to be nerfed, by the way. It is not okay. It's brain dead easy. It is brain dead easy. Oh, maybe Huntler did end up playing more last night. I thought it was last game of the night. He stopped for a while. Okay, wasn't that one? Oh, here it is. Okay, here we go. That's the match. Huntler had a Suck Sage on his team. You know what's awful about being a Suck Sage too? Is because now there's no duplicate classes. That means not only are you... Like, Suck Sage is definitely weak in Solaire now, but you can't even have an Awakened Sage Abuser on your team. And Awakened Sage is so strong against Suck Sage. You have no business losing to a Suck Sage. Like, your mouse... If you lose to the Suck Sage, the only justifiable reason of losing to them is because, like, maybe your mouse battery died or your keyboard broke. Armin is playing Ash, yes. Just like he played Dirk last season. Armin's a meta chaser, through and through. Harrow's on Ash. In Harrow's defense, I don't blame him. Nova seems like it is in the fucking dirt. It's crazy how Awakened Nova was considered like the strongest class in last season. Or at least up there with the strongest of them. And now seems to be one of the worst performing classes. I didn't actually take a look at recently. Or after last night. But like they are fucking in the dumps the day before. I mean... like, this is crazy to me. They got the Velk treatment, yeah. Yeah, look at the second round there. A Suck Sage has no business 1v2ing an Awakened Sage and an Awakened Hash. The two of the strongest classes in Solar right now. The Suck Sage 1v2s them. Yeah, Deadeye fucking hurts. Deadeye and Suckmegu can very quickly underestimate their damage. So, you want to know something funny about that Shy clutch? That Shy, that's the exact same Shy. He got a kill there. That little fucker killed me in the game too. I had him backed into a corner, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill this little bitch." All of a sudden, I was stunned, and it was like, I was like, "What the fuck just happened?" That little rat. I'm gonna end up in the next video. Ah, fuck. I thought I was Misty, but I just saw the clip this morning of him 1v2, and I was like, oh my goodness. You aim that boomerang right, Shy has some damage. They really are. Shit's gonna pop up in the next 20 minutes. I'm actually half tempted to just run out there. By the time I get there, it'll open. Right, chat? Burned most of my Igris today. Because Medozin wanted to do some Olins with me, and I was like, ah, no, when the pig cave opens, I want to do that first, and then we'll do some rocks. Oh, Medozin, you replaced your processor last night, right? Have you had an issue since? I'm here AFKing with server. I'm on Balano 6. Yo, I could just telescope to you. That'd be sick. Oh, the GPU. Well, whatever it was. Did it solve the issue? Oh, you gotta wait for it to arrive. Gotcha. That's frustrating. I can't imagine it being the GPU. If it could be a month before it happens, and it doesn't happen during a stress test. Have you tried checking all of your other USB devices? Maybe you have a bad USB device. Wait, you wouldn't happen to have a riser cable connecting your GPU to the motherboard, do you? Or do you have the GPU right into the PCI Express slot? Because I was having an issue similar to that. And it was because of the riser cable. As soon as I got rid of the riser, problem gone. He didn't get a CPU, he ordered a GPU. He misspoke yesterday. He's waiting for it to arrive. No, not DisplayPort. How it's connected, how your GPU is connected to the motherboard, not how your monitor is connected to the GPU. Is your GPU plugged straight into the PCI Express slot, or are you using a riser cable? Direct? Okay, never mind, then it wasn't that. Because I was having an issue. Let's go! Let's go! Oh. How does it say Dry Branch Village? Oh, that's weird. You're right there. Weird. Yeah, you must be just over the village there. Is that it down there? Or up here? Oops. Don't worry, chat, I'm here. I could have just summoned my horse, but I didn't want to. Let's get it, chat. Today's the day we are jacking the pot. I recommend just grinding wherever feels fun. Like, if you enjoy it, it doesn't matter if it's not as efficient. Just make sure you're having fun. Yeah, if it was stressful, then definitely don't grind there yet. Last thing you want to do is be feeling stressed while you're playing a video game, right? Neat. Ooh, a bond on our first run. And a wand from the same pack. Oh, hell yeah. Ooh, a bond. Let's go. Let's go indeed. Ooh, a bond for Howie. Let's go. Ooh, a bond. Let's go. Last lap. Ew. That's gross. Starving off ham next? That's what we're assuming. It's a reasonable assumption. It's the logical next thing, but you never know, right? Yeah. Women are dangerous. You gotta be careful. I heard somewhere that their periods attract bears, so you always gotta keep that in mind when you have a woman around. That's why they chose the bear over the man? True. A ton of bear mace while I'm here with a shotgun? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if a bear is mad enough and wants to eat you, the mace ain't gonna matter. I think the mace just works against a bear that's already kind of afraid, right? Where the shotgun is gonna be far more effective, assuming that it's within distance. Yeah, I can't remember who it was on the Joe Rogan podcast, but they were talking about an incident where he was out with his friends. They were out camping, just sitting by a fire, and apparently he just had his gun like on the table next to him, and the bear came out of the woods so quickly and charged them that he barely had time just to reach to the table and grab it before it was on them. It just happened so quickly, depending on the bear, right? All of my experiences with bears sound like they've been similar as yours, though. Just tiny little black bears that as soon as they see you, they typically go running off. John, just shut up. Okay, a little start, a bond, and a tricrescent. Bam, ba-da-dum. Bam, ba-da-dum. Bam, ba-da-dum. Bam, ba-da-dum. Oh, maybe I'll refresh my house buff while we're waiting this minute right now anyways. Actually, you know what? No, we'll do it after the next run. We got one more run to do before our house buff is up. We're going to be using Daza's house buffs. We shouldn't be wasting them, you know? Bit up to you. How does it work? You're very fortunate if it opens up when you're ready to play. That's how it works. Nah, so once it's open, you go in there. You got to clear 6 laps. You have an hour to do 6 laps, which is way more than enough time. After the end of the 6th lap, there is a boss, and the little boss there is the one that determines whether or not you win or lose or win the jackpot. After you kill that boss, you get kicked out. You get a scroll in your inventory. You're on a 5-minute cooldown to rejoin. So during that time, you kill the next boss for the scroll. That one is tougher than the other one, and you just rinse repeat. The scroll boss gives you a little chest that can give you try and TED accessories, but it'll usually just give you like 100 mil worth of gold bar. Or a 100 mil gold bar. Custom. Someone just got a rich merchant ring from the Griffin. What piece is that one again? From the Rift bosses? Isn't that the underwater piece? Damn. I wonder if that guy realized what he just got. That is a good grind to be able to avoid. Oh shit, I don't have my consumables rolling. Whoops. I really gotta get these guys up better. Useless. I still don't see them worth going to. I won't bother. Yeah, I've given up on alchemy stones. We're just at the mercy of when PA feels like it's an appropriate time, but we've been pressuring them for a long time. Oh. Oh, they definitely listen to the community. Anybody who thinks otherwise is just being purposely ignorant. People just don't realize that the game doesn't revolve around NA or EU or SA or KR. They're listening to too many regions. And the regions play the game in very different ways. Their focus is on many different areas. nighttime. I am not going to chance that. Oh, okay. 2 for 2 on those boxes. Yeah. The quality of, and that's the biggest thing, right? Is the quality of life changes. There's so many. The game, like, if you took away all the quality of life changes they've done this year or the year before that, you'd be like, what the hell were we doing before this? The thing is we need content too, right? They are constantly hitting home runs with quality of life. They are constantly dropping the ball with new content. And I think the biggest way they're dropping the ball with new content is by delaying the new content for us. They need to do a global release. And then if they insist on doing voice acting and stuff, just send that later, right? We don't care if we just have to read subtitles. Most people are just going to press R anyways. But for the people who do care about the lore, they're just going to read the subtitles. It doesn't matter to them. They would rather get the content and be able to experience it organically immediately, as opposed to like a new region coming out and then all of a sudden we get to watch KR do and discover everything for a month, and then we get it, and now we don't have that natural discovery of trying to figure everything out. We just have a checklist of things we got to do, and then we're done in like 48 hours, right? So, like, I think that's the biggest area where PA drops the ball, because that just makes us speedrun the content even faster than we should. Because it's all been figured out, right? KR voice acting is better than the cringe NA anyways. Yeah, in a lot of cases, for sure. I definitely enjoyed the... Actually, I'm pretty sure... Can't you put Japanese subtitles on too? I know I did one for Land of the Morning Light, and I enjoyed it way more. Yeah. But yeah, for Land of the Morning Light, it just felt a lot better going through it with Korean too, because like them trying to do this weird twist where like they have their like they have what they consider their Korean rednecks, right? And for the English subtitles, they decided we're going to do a American redneck accent so we can portray like that this person is like the Korean idea of a redneck, right? Which just created a shut up, Kiki. Holy fuck, shut up. You're such a loser. But yeah, it just felt like all of a sudden there was this disconnect. And that's no shade at the person who did the voice acting. He did a fantastic job. He did a really good job. But I think whoever decided to go that route, I would have much rather heard for the English subtitles somebody with a Korean accent speaking English. I'm personally not a fan of group content myself, but I understand why some people want more group content. I just think group-related content just ends up bringing in toxicity. Especially when you have an environment like this where shies are so freaking mandatory. What could be the problem? I don't know, you just practice. Yeah, essences are sitting on an A.
Have you ever had a dream that you could go do skip do skip you wanna go do skip you could go do skip do skip you wanna go do skip you could.
Avranar gifted a tier 1 sub to Tempest Memes. They have given 52 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks for letting me give you money. Shit, he's giving you a sub and me money? Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, Avrona. You don't have to do that. get overwhelmed and scared. That is a fair criticism. When you first get into BDO, it feels like there's a lot of things. And in a lot of MMOs, it's a good idea to learn everything, right? But BDO is different. None of the systems are complex. There's just a bunch of different systems. And you don't need to learn them all. Best thing to do is to just take one thing at a time, learn that, and then when you feel like learning something new, just focus on that. And then just slowly expand your knowledge of the game from there. And like while you're doing that, if you run into any hiccups about specific things, just hanging out in a stream and just asking people questions. Most people are super nice. Even if the streamer doesn't have an answer for you, there's usually somebody in chat that'll help you out. Depending on the time of the day that you view, like usually early in the morning you got Biceptimus. You have me in the afternoon. I'm probably the least helpful of all the people I'm about to mention. Later in the evenings you have Choice. You also have a ton of other really helpful people like Divios and Grimkill. And Garnier. Depending on whether you want like life skilling advice or grinding advice or PvP advice. Yeah, if you're trying to discover a new class like Suck Mewa, for example, there is this streamer named Neptunes. Looks like he's just picked up the class. He's trying to learn it, so it would be a good opportunity to watch somebody and learn a class with them, right? You can learn and watch their mistakes. And I'm just playing. I just like the tease. He's having a hard time these days. Should take it easy on him. So, when it kicks you out of here, it puts your escape on cooldown. So as soon as you're like a few seconds before your escape comes off cooldown, you're able to go back in. Or sorry, not escape, your V. Your emergency escape. Depending on how long it takes you to load, the cooldown starts as soon as the loading begins. So, like, I usually have 5 or 6 seconds left on my V before I'm able to go back in. Some people might be a little bit longer. This is tech that I discovered and I shared with the community. You're welcome. And if anybody says otherwise, they're a liar. You can trust me because I'm the man in the box and they're not. They're just all jealous. They're just all jealous that I have just such good ideas and they don't. AOS practice mode you can queue with friends, but ranked, yeah, you can only queue solo for very obvious reasons. If you could queue in a group, then me, Choosy, and Kelb would just triple queue the whole season. And just, we'd be ranked 1, 2, and 3. Although I guess there is class limitations now. You can't have more than one class on team, so maybe that would still apply. But even still, you would end up having like Armin and Divios, and like you'd end up having like a super stacked comps. Sageguide is the command you're looking for. It's your basically your Bible on everything that is Awakened Sage. Oh shit. Got a war target here. Hopefully he pulls a little bit north, I'll pull a little bit south. Build Zillion Star Gorge. Jesus. I hate when he does that attack. I think he heard me. He's just gonna keep doing it now. Yeah, now let's go refresh our house buff. Yeah, you know what they're trying to accomplish by that, right? They're trying to stop people bringing ults out to bosses. When you increase the HP of the mobs, it doesn't really do much, right? Everybody still does proportionally the same amount of damage. But when you increase the DR of the mobs, then you need to have more AP to punch through the DR. They're really trying to get it, so you go out there on your main. You a good boy? Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. Come here. They want to see you. Come here. Come here. No, don't you run away. Don't you run away. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-bum. Look up. Look at the camera. Think he wants to go outside. You gotta go outside? You gotta go pee? Maybe not. He just wants to hang out. Oh, now he's going back upstairs. Is he a mix? I'm pretty sure. The person we bought him from advertised them as a, well, I mean, I guess technically Boston Terriers aren't really purebreds anyways. They're half French Bulldog and half English Terrier. But yeah, I'm pretty confident they're not actually full Bostons either. Yeah, I got Grimkill on my side monitor. Oh shit, it was a good thing I didn't have porn up there. Holy crap. That could have been trouble. Yeah, oh. Oh, watching another stage. Oh. Shouldn't have done that. Sitting at Fogan's view botting? Shut up. What was he view botting? Like 20 viewers? $200-ish? It was pretty blatant? Oh, well. I never noticed it. If that was the case. I can't imagine it being that blatant. I have people talk to me all the time of people they think viewbot. All the time. You sure he didn't just get like raids or hosts from people? Oh. You're getting reported. You're getting reported, Howie. Somebody just said, Howie CDN talking shit about you in Zest chat, saying you viewbot. You're done, Howie. I hope Grimkill comes in here and drops a Vigator's fist straight on your head. I mean, on your head. Hell yeah, brother. An awakened lawn streamer for AOS. I do not know. The only lawn I know that streams is Azurlia, but he does Succession. Mervin Hugs? Oh, maybe there is somebody. Go ahead and link his stream. Kind of new to the game. What's the point in saving silver for the hideout ball? Increase in outfit sales? No, no. I mean, I would always love to buy more outfits, but no. If they end up releasing a Sovereign offhand, I want to immediately be able to get that to deck. If they release Sovereign armors, I want to have that, right? It isn't just for this ball, but you never know. Maybe they'll surprise us with a bunch of content. I just, you know, there's a phrase that luck is where opportunity and preparation meet, right? So first you need to prepare, and then if an opportunity presents itself, then you can be perceived as being lucky, right? Because you're prepared to seize the opportunity. Let me know when the ads are done. Well, you better hurry. This is my last lap, and then I close it. If you think about it, normal grind spots are like a buffet, and tower spots are like a normal sit-down restaurant. Yo, I fucking respect it. What do you mean, Howie? What kind of drugs is he on? That's fucking true. my bones at? No, what's up, Grimkill? Did I not spawn it? What the hell? Oh, I'm not in the right location. By the way, Howie wasn't saying you were viewbotting now. He was saying back in the day he thinks you used to viewbot. Hey, what's up, Cream? I'm doing good. Just chilling, getting my pig slaying on. One thing I find really odd is there's so many people out there, and I ain't trying to imply anything about anybody. This is just me not understanding. But there's so many people out there where I've seen them get view botted, whether it was them or someone else, as they claim, is neither here nor there. I don't care about that, right? But the thing is, right, with so many people claiming it's somebody else view botting them, I still find it super odd that it's never happened to me. Unlikable, that must be it. I can start the rumor if you'd like. Is that what you do, Howie? You dumb bitch. I'll be back in a minute, guys. We should get a horse buff. Oh yeah, it's damn near guaranteed. Have we ever had a ball where they haven't announced a class? Maybe one. Yeah. Well, both. Trash, silver, and crones. I have about 2.4 trillion in crons. I have 1.1 trillion in silver. No, sorry, 1.3 trillion in silver. And I have just over a trillion in trash. And then I also have stacks too. Clear, father. How many crons? I have 800,000 crons. Maybe a bit more. I got some outfits and stuff that I'm not counting into it, but it's about that. Yes, 800,000. Hey, if I could buy costumes regularly, I'd have that. I'd have like 0 silver and 5 trillion worth of crons. You hope I pity deck? Well, that's the thing, is I'm preparing to pity deck. You ever heard the phrase, prepare for the worst, expect the best, and you'll never be disappointed? Or something like that? Maybe that's not the exact quote. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst, yeah. There's the second part of it, but... yeah, that's, the motto to live by. But, I have enough resources to pity the offhand. Straight up the deck. Assuming it's the same enhancement as the sovereign weapon, I can pity the whole thing straight up to the top. And still have some resources left over. And obviously the likelihood of pitying every single step of the way is extremely unlikely. Imagine if they implemented a system where if you pitied something, it would gain like 1 extra stat. So if you pitied your like weapon all the way to deck, you would get an extra 10 AP. And now imagine 0 stacking every click, and then you're like, it ends up going anyways, and you end up not getting your extra 10 AP. You have to start over. Could you imagine how miserable that would be? I disagree. I think the pity on weapons is definitely too high, but I think the pities on the accessories is too low. Accessories is only 50% higher. I think at the bare minimum it should be double. I'm perfectly fine between double to triple the average cost. I mean, just take a look at how meaningless Karazad feels compared to Debos. That's because of how much easier they are to get. Pen Debos used to feel like a massive achievement. Deck Karazad is just, people are just like, yeah, I got it. And that's at a 50%. Imagine if it was just a 20%. Like, it takes value out of the progression, in my opinion. People want to feel like they accomplished something hard, not that they wanted to, that they accomplished something easy. But yeah, when I was clicking for pen debos, like, you'd feel your adrenaline pumping, your heart thumping, hands shaking. Karazad was just like, yeah, okay, I got a stone, let's do a click. Oh, it went. Cool. On to the next. That's not true, Menzies. Take off your weapon and try to grind with just a consumable activated. Tell me how much of a difference it makes. Yeah, consumables make a bigger difference than an individual upgrade on one item, but it doesn't make... It's definitely not more impactful than taking the whole accessory off. Take off your neck and compare that to grinding with or without a consumable. Yeah. Pen Debo was exciting, right? That's what I'm talking about. It was depression and excitement all at the same time. When it went, you'd jump out of your chair. I think the downgrade system was ass, though. Spending all those extra resources just to have backwards progression feels like shit. I think there's a middle ground, right? Yeah, no, I like what they've done with the enhancement system overall. I think pities are good, but I think there's a, you must have just popped in, that, like, pities for sovereign weapons, way too high. Pities for Karazad, too low. I feel like there's a middle ground, a happy middle ground, and I think it's somewhere between double to triple the cost. I think double would be fine. Karazad, though, it just feels so... Compared to Debo's, it felt so trivial. But Debo's could be just absolute depression. I like the idea of at least double the cost, because then once you're at the expected average, there's no point, assuming you could buy these, obviously you can't, but if you could, right, then it would be like, well, why would you buy it? If you're already at the average and you don't have it, why would you spend the amount to buy it and forfeit the chance to get lucky and not have to spend the double? Yeah. Debos were ass until they had the pity system. Once they added the pity system for Debos and the hammers, like no more downgrades, I think that shit was good. But downgrades were just obnoxious. Yeah, you spend a whole week grinding, trying to do a click, just to have it go backwards in progression. Now you got to spend a whole week just hoping you can get it back to where it was, so you can start doing the actual click you want to go for again. That shit was not good for the game either. Just like everything, right? It's a pendulum. The best spot's somewhere in the middle. It definitely seems like they're trending towards making things easier. Because after Karazad, look how much easier they made Black Stars too now. I'm surprised they don't let you melt down enhanced Karazads for essences of Dawn, for the people who get stuck in that situation. We are getting every try ring possible today. What is going on? Oh my goodness. That depends on you, Yexi. If you would prefer to enhance your own, then I recommend just enhancing it yourself. But with the price of Pendebos, yeah, I personally would just buy Pendebo and exchange it. One of the biggest things with enhancing that was annoying was getting the essences to click. But essences are becoming more and more available on the market. So if you enjoy clicking and want to try to get lucky, there's always that option. Right. I mean, heck, if you enjoy clicking and you want to bypass that, you could always just click for Pendebo. But I personally would just buy. Yeah, the Pendebo, we got 185 for the neck, 225 for the earring, 196 for the ring, 187. It's crazy to think that, yeah. Once upon a time, a full set of pen accuracy accessories was more expensive than that. Yeah, you don't cron Debos anymore. Tet Debos are just so cheap that why would you do that, right? No, no. You got to think of that in terms of long term. Otherwise, you end up in a situation like Howie, right? Because if you, like, obviously every new player is going to be earlier in their progression. And yeah, they could start Karazad early. But once you got a Pride, Duo, Tri, Pen, Karazad, you can't get that money back anymore. 1 second. But yeah, like once you've already started enhancing your Karazad, you can't go back anymore unless you just want to forfeit that money you put into it. Because if you already have like a Pen Karazad neck and now you're like, well, I want to buy a Pen Debo and just go straight to Nov, you can do that, but all the money you sunk into that Pen neck, now you can't do anything with it. It's just money that's disappearing to the void. What dope? Maybe they'll make it meltable. I don't understand why they haven't. It seems like the logical thing, right? Let people melt the Karazads back into essences. Maybe not at a full return, but at least like some return would be better than nothing, right? Even if it only gave back like half the average amount of essences it costs to click it. Maybe they were worried about it being a way to print essences, right? Where you could just enhance Pride Duos tries, melt them back into essences, and just overstack. So mathematically, it would be in your favor. Sure, it would cost more in terms of raw silver, but you could print essences. I don't know. Maybe there was some type of something like that they were trying to avoid. But it would be nice to be able to get some money for it. Yeah, there's definitely no reason to delete them. Like, if you have an extra Karazad laying around, you might as well hold on to it. They might do something in the distant future. Before Sage was released, I played Guardian. Couldn't think of the name for a second. And then I played. Well, I played Warrior for like 4 years or three years. And then I played Guardian for a year, and I've been playing Sage for like 4 years now. You go play, girls? Okay. Good job, girls. Yeah. Not just that. I'd also have the central market open, ready all the time like this. Ready to buy Caffras. This was my Mancham grind. Trying to buy Caffras one at a time as they got listed. Oh, we need to refresh our 10 buff. Oh, shit. Oh, never mind. Monstrosity, you might have your webcam on. You might be looking at the preview window of your own camera. Forest Furies aren't in high demand. It's just that there's no supply. And because there's no supply, people are hoarding the few they have, even though they don't need them, just in case one day they do need them, because they don't want to have to go through the pain of trying to get them. Also, so that also contributes even more so to the shortage in supply. But there isn't actually that big of a demand on them. There's just like no supply at all. This situation will be resolved though as soon as they finally give us Dekia Miramok or Dekia Gyfin, which they announced, you know, about a year ago at this point. I'm pretty sure it was Heidel Ball last year, right? Necessary is an understatement. Mandatory is more accurate. If you don't have shy in your group, you can't even do Dolan's 2. If you don't have a shy in your group, and the other team does, it's no competition. They're faster, tankier, resist more. It's just, they have their hundreds more often. Yeah. No, nib you, cocksucker. That could have been me. I just killed the boss. Why wasn't it me? Yo, Divios. Did you see Huntler's match last night? Which? Oh, you haven't seen it then if you're asking which. Here, 1 second. We'll watch it together after this. Just saying, Awakened Sage, maybe not as strong as we think it is, or Suck Sage not as weak as we think it is. The servers aren't in LA, Canadian dude, the servers are in Chicago. I'm going to the office, not where the servers are. Okay, let me pull it up. Here, we'll keep the music on. I don't need to pause the music. Okay, here we go. So look at this team. You have a Suck Stage. I'm assuming Akari's on an Owegu and a weak Suck Wizard against an Awakened Sage, a Tamer, and an Awakened Hash. This team is very much so expected to beat the other team.
Alright.
Don't be afraid to go after it, yes.
You're saying so.
I would even say go after
Wait.
it, yes. Wait, we have a Suck Sage?
Is our
Oh no.
Sage
Oh
six-
no. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Alright, you need to get
The
grab on that
despair. But wait. So
Oh,
the
wait,
first
there's no
the first round doesn't
Oh.
matter. We'll just go through it. Boom, 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 boom.
Two
As
player the
expected,
monsters
they lose.
and I
I'll
mean
take the
a
buck. I
tamer.
did not expect to not get grabs in my team.
Now,
It was
now watch this round.
I got grabbed by the hash.
Bro, stop it!
I'm capped. I beat.
I'm right here. Nice catch.
Nice to
bro.
see.
Nice. I didn't have to be.
Tamer. Beat.
I also had to be.
Okay.
Brilliant's
Wait,
back.
I say just. They all beat.
They've all beat? Okay.
Yeah. What CC'd me? Can I get up? I'm good.
PAing us right here. Oh, I'm grabbed. Yeah, out of PA. I didn't get the PA.
You
Just
see
kill
them?
Dream. Just trade my life.
I got CC'd. Oh
Okay.
no. Someone.
Mario, 2v2. No,
Dude,
Akari dead.
Someone BSR'd me. Holy fuck.
Weak Duck Sage versus Meta Awakened Sage and Awakened Hash.
Yeah, I got BSR. How did I get BSR?
Or so
Hash, I
Divios'
guess?
propaganda would have us
Oh
think.
no.
They had
Did
to
you
defeat
get,
the
you got
hash.
BSR too, right?
I had to defeat
wait.
the hash.
But then,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
one down.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God,
goodness,
Sage is
he's
a
doing
god.
it.
There's no way.
There's no way. I believe in you, though, bro.
I don't even know if he has a V anymore.
Wait for it.
Sage read.
Wait for it. Oh my god, little spatial. Oh, it's him with the finishing touch.
Wait.
Oh my god. There's
Holy
no way.
moly!
And Divios tells you Suck Sage is weak. Suck Sage taking two humble classes. I think Suck Sage is the broken one.
Go Yang!
No.
And then,
Almost. Teammate V8.
here we go. Here we go. Wait, we'll back it up a bit.
Backing up.
So final round.
Don't think I have a V anymore.
Final round.
Go
He got
V.
grabbed.
Look at
See
that.
the tamer?
Suck
Oh,
Sage
no, I'm
dead.
dead.
Tamer dead. Akari dead. Just this weak Suck Wizard. Against a meta Awakened Hash and a meta Awakened Sage.
Wait. Wait.
I'm him!
Nah.
Remember, you guys, wizards do no damage.
He felt grabbed.
I'm fucking him! Get the fuck out of here!
I hate it when Huntler's that happy. I hate it so much. So much.
Can't make up for skill, these shitters. First,
Listen to
Goyang
him. He's
pulls
so
off the
humble.
2v1,
He's
then
so
the wizard.
humble.
Ain't no way.
What?
I had to
So
eat
humble.
100 and he thought he could fucking straight up trade me. What a fucking noob. He literally saw me do it and he runs into it. That's the only way I kill him there when he's at like 30% health.
So humble. Oh, where's the other clip? 1 second. I don't know if you've seen this yet. Is this the one? Yeah. Watch this one, you guys. Look at this. Look at them bullying a shy. Bullying a shy. Look at that. Wait, the Drax dead? Wait a minute.
Okay.
Look at him beating on his little fucking drums. Beating on his little fucking drums. Oh no, he died. No, he didn't die. Oh my god. What's happening? Boom! Bing, bing,
No fucking
bing!
way. I'm not watching this happen right now. I'm not watching this happen. What the fuck are they?
Oh, shit. God damn, that little devil. That little devil. That little fucking devil just 1v2'd him. He does. He's like... It's like a little fucking chihuahua, but this chihuahua actually bites. Oh, and you know what's another good clip? I don't know if you guys have seen this. I'm sure everybody's seen this at this point. The Armin clip. Oh my goodness. Day one. This season of Solaire is already proving to be an amazing season. Look at this. He fucking
Warrior on the ground.
he calls it before it's even happened. The fucking arrogance. Fucking baited. Oh, goddamn. I fucking love this season already, man. I love it so goddamn much. This season is proving to be a very entertaining one. Oh, his clip against Kelb? Yeah. 1 second. I'll pull that up too. I do have that. This was just from last night. History. Wait, no, that's not the clip. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Found it.
Grab Calb? No, I couldn't get. I'm on the ground. PA.
ATL Scott.
Nice. Good PA. Is Calb out of stem?
I'll be. Yeah, I'm undering. I need to recover. Take your time.
Grab Sage on the ground. You were Sage
That's
abusing rat fuck, not you, him. Sage abusing rat fuck, you were not skilled. You were actually skilled. Playing the most broken class in the game right now, in the history of this game. Get shot on. Nah, I had to say it. Bro, he has been 3 of my losses today. Just absolutely WTing me on the most broken shit. Justin, you're a god. I love you.
Let's be honest too. Armin's a fucking flavor of the month reroller too. It's just he's trying to be coy about it. He's flavor of the month with one extra step. He's like, nah, I'm gonna give myself a layer of deniability by just picking the second fucking best. Oh fuck, man. What's this clip? Little Benny? Who's Benny? Is that like an EU Sage? I feel like that's an EU Sage. Or an EU player at least. I recognize the name. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh shit, what did I do? I think I turned my head and missed the point of the clip there. Where's the Armin vs. Kelp? We just showed it. How many Awakened Sages in the top 100? Like 11. Probably gonna grow a bit too. It'll be interesting after a week, because right now placements kind of muddy the water. So we need like a week or so. Maybe 2 weeks. And then we'll get a good idea of how broken everything is or how weak some things are. Because some classes could be in the top 100 because they get really lucky in their placements. And some classes, maybe they get unlucky in their placements, which you would think would be less likely on a broken class, but I mean, there's more Awakened Sages in the top 100 today than there was. Oh, I went too far. Yesterday, right? So. You'll know there's a really big problem when the number of top 100s exceeds the Zerkers. So we got 1438. 1438. So we have 11 Sages. And I guess we've already exceeded it. There's only 7. It actually, I'm pretty sure it flipped. I'm pretty sure it was 7 and 11 Sage Zerker yesterday, and now it's 7-11 Zerker Sage. Oh yeah, it is ridiculous. Choosy would be right up there, or not Choosy, sorry. Curvy would be right up there too. But because he's on a brand new account, last season he played on Weasley, and even if he was playing on Weasley, he tanked his rating, so he would have started really low anyways. But Curvy started, yeah, he didn't play on this account at all last season, so he had to start at I think 800, right? So if he got to start at 1200 where he should have, if he actually didn't tank his account on Weasley and played with it, then he would be up 600 points from where he is now, and he would be like right there with Kelb. Or sorry, 700. He'd be right there with Kelb. They really should have started everyone at the same rank. I think the reasoning behind it makes sense. What they're trying to do is they're trying to make it so there's already this layer of separation. So day one, like your average players or your crappy players don't have to compete against the people who are incarnate last season. But because there's not enough people queuing, it ends up happening anyways. So what's the point? And the ways other games, correct me if I'm wrong, Divios would be able to confirm this. How other games handle it is you actually have your rating and you have a hidden elo instead. And the hidden elo will kind of carry on from previous seasons and will help boost you quicker, but everybody still starts at the same rating. MMR, yeah, thank you. So, like, that's how PA should do it. The way they're doing it now, what they're trying to accomplish is that, but it just does it very poorly. To the point where they might as well not even have it. It doesn't really make that much of a problem, though, Aeon, because, like, if somebody hit Incarnate because of streaks, I think it's safe to say they would have got Twilight anyways, right? They still would have been within that 300-point range if they were able to get to Incarnate. And I think the same is, you could equally say it any step of the way, right? If they got Twilight, there's a good chance they would have got Radiant. If they got Radiant, they would, through streaking, they would have got Shining. So all that did is give them an extra bump of 100, and 100 isn't that big of a difference, right? 100 at the very start, like, you don't even get to start. I guess if you're Radiant, you got to start at yellow, 1200, I think, right? That's not that big of a deal. But once again, what's the point? If the system is so inconsequential, then what's the point? They should just get rid of it, because it's not accomplishing what it's supposed to be accomplishing, and it's not giving an advantage, a meaningful advantage in my mind. Those extra points, if you're a shitty player, people are going to overcome them. But odds are, if you have those extra points from last season, you're not a shitty player. But yeah, once again, if it's not accomplishing its goal, then what's even the point of having it? Suck Striker? How are the Strikers doing? Oh my god, Verde locking it down. They need to buff Suck Striker and nerf Awakened Striker. Let Verde have his day. This man, this is a main right here. Doesn't matter what kind of bullshit he needs to overcome. He loves his class. He's sticking with it. Ain't nobody going to make him play anything else. If you ever want an example of somebody who is committed to a class, it's this fucking man right here. Who's at number 3? Oh, wait a minute. One true Suck Striker main, that's right. Balanced as all things should be, eh? What are some other funny classes? I was surprised to see Pluto. Pluto's, like, always played Hash. Like, I don't know why he would jump the warrior. Maybe he's like me, except less stubborn. He doesn't want to play when everybody's playing his class. Oh, Nova. Like Awaken Nova fell off a cliff. Oh my god. Rumpy's like the only guy holding it down for Awaken. It's about those Q blocking suck losers. Neptune's struggling. Meiwa in general's kind of struggling though. It's hard when you have so many fast classes that are just killing you standing. How are Musa's doing? Probably Forest Hunter and Suna. Suna at number 1? Oh my god! He hasn't even finished his placements yet. No. The Akari and Pinks. Was there any others? But yeah, Akari and Pinks. Akari's been playing, I think, Lon or Megu. I mean, he was Megu in that Huntler game. And then, yeah, Pinks is on the Dark Knight. He's been trying to learn this shit. Oof. Flowers is having a tough time on the DK. That man needs his old Awakened Drac back. How's Norelio doing? Balanced, as all things should be. The thing about Flowers is he hates being called Flavor of the Month. He hates it. He started getting called Flavor of the Month when he was playing Deadeye last season, and he just like outright quit and stopped playing it. He got so mad at people calling him that. Otherwise, if people didn't call people out for doing that shit, I fully expect that he would have been on Awakened Sage. Deadeyes are still doing strong. And then that little devil. This little devil right here. It's all about those Awakened Corsairs, huh? What about Sorks? Not many Sucks. I thought Suck was like making up distance on Awakening. Wasn't there like... Why the fuck can I never remember his name? There's that one Sork. He's really good. The fuck is his name? I think he plays Suck. He streams. Super big ego. Super good, but goddamn. He's like always like this close to getting banned off Twitch. No, not No Cookie. Fuck! Somebody here knows his name. Yasuni! That's the one. Howie, why do you always gotta add these like prefixes and suffixes to people's names? Every goddamn time. C-Zane's brother? No, not Zach. I think Yasuni plays Sucksork, right? Doesn't he? That's why I was thinking of him. Is he awakened? Oh, okay. Maybe it was... I don't know. I don't know who I'm thinking of now. I know there was one guy. I don't see him on the list, though. How do hashes look? They probably look great, too. Wait, what was the cutoff again? 1438. So, 9 hashes in there. And what about Owegus? $10. So you got Sage, the most popular so far. Sage at 11, Owegu at 10, Hash at 9, Zerker at 7. That's crazy that Zerker is actually not at the... I think every single season up until this season, it's always been Zerkers, right? With like vastly outnumbering everybody else. Did you say DK's at 8? Is it? Oh yeah, it is too, eh? Like barely squeaking in there. Right on the number. Shaky Bay still plays. That's not, if I was just on the Zerker one, that's not the real Shaky Bay. This is a different guy. Calb the Fodum. Shut up. Calb's always played Awakened Sage. You fucking rat. Why are you putting me in there as the old, too? You're just trying to throw shit at everybody, Howie. I respect it. You fucking shit disturber, you. No, nobody's tanky this season. And I think that's part of the reason too, like Awakened Sage does so well, right? Is like even the classes that some people can't one combo, Awakened Sage still can. Awakened Sage can one combo, even evasion built strikers and mystics and, you know, obviously Zerkers. Obviously they're not evasion built, but Awakened Sage is just, it's killing everybody standing and one comboing the classes that can't be one comboed by most other classes. Awakened Sage, I'm pretty sure, is like DK with a grab, really, right? It's like if you gave DK a grab, you have Awakened Sage. And further range? I think further range than suck, but maybe not Awakened. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I didn't see Discombobulate there. You're not playing? Yeah. Chief? That's right. I haven't fucking seen Chief in a hot minute. Man, that was content too, watching Chief and Armin. Well, at least we have Kelb to replace Chief. I think Kelb is going to make Armin mulled a whole lot this season, so that should be something to look forward to. Look, Archer and Ranger Reds. Yeah, how are Archers doing day 2? Yeah. Seems like no matter how hard they try, both Ranger and Archer got pretty big class changes in terms of playstyle. And it definitely seemed like they were trying to make them better in Solaire. But once again, the changes just kind of fall on their face. How many Awakened DK users? Yeah. There's a fair amount. What is that, 5? Yeah. 5 out of 20? Yeah, ASAP has barely played at all. He played one game. ASAP is... Well, I don't know. I guess I don't know a lot of these DKs, but I know ASAP as being one of the best. And he's barely played. None of these other names stand out to me as much as ASAP's does. But I also... Part of that, too, is just bias. Because, like, I've always been at war with Black Rose. Whether it was in Cho or Snake. So I've had lots of run-ins with ASAP. So maybe that's just why his name sticks out more to me than others. He's always ran my pockets. Cal barely higher win rate, loser 73 last season, less points. What a noob, yeah. Oh, what is up with that horse color? Oh my goodness. Look at that. Even the dogs are sniffing you. Look at that. No, don't sniff me, dog. Get out of here. I'm making a point about him. We gotta go burn some more eggers. I'm trying to find motivation to play this season, but I just cannot find it. And last night, like, I played my 5 games for my weeklies, and it made me even less motivated to play. Five wins. You have to get 5 wins. And then, like, I did the math on it after, too, and I was like, okay, you know, an extra 100 crons per win. Assuming you win all 5 in a row, you know, it's going to take you probably about an hour, maybe slightly more, depending on the lengths of the matches, although they're usually just 3-round wins when they're that early. So I'm like, so 500 crons in an hour, plus the amount from the actual wins. I'm like, that's barely better than grinding, and that's assuming you 5-0, right? I need a Land of the Morning Light 2 hard party. What do you mean? Oh, do you mean the Black Shrine? Oh, these?
You doesn't need a hard party.
Shut up. Time to pug it, blood. Good luck. The imposters are out today. The biggest issue is when you're trying to get this done, by this, like, they reset tonight. So trying to find people who haven't done it that want to do it is damn near impossible at this point. Bad idea to have the stream on in the background? Yeah, you got me playing at work and you got frickin' John typing shit like that. What did we do? We only got 2 bonds. And one was from the hand-in rewards, right? Actually, Saturday is the day people are spamming. Oh yeah, the other desperate people. Actually, you might be right. Yeah. Okay, I want to try to burn the last of my Aegis. It's also been super fun to just kind of sit back and just watch people play AOS. I just set up my PC like a fucking NASA control center. Put up like 6 different streams, like 4 streams on each monitor, and just sit there watching them all. Just tile it like 4 streams, and then my main gaming monitor that I'm grinding on. Just watch 8 different streams. Yo, maybe that's what I should do. If I'm not planning on playing, maybe I start streaming in the evenings and we just load up all the streams and we flip through them when there's funny things going on different streams. And we just watch everybody together. I guess the biggest issue with that is if I'm restreaming everybody's streams, then I gotta ask for permission. I mean, technically you shouldn't be doing that without people's permission. Premium hate watching, yeah, just sit there laughing at everybody. And then we could sit there too, right? We could be like, okay, you guys, so what you see here, what I would have done if I would have went as, you know, you got your player over here, right? And he's kind of hovering around this area. And what he should have done is looped around over here and attacked these guys over here. And, you know, maybe if he positioned over here, he could have, like, just shot some AoE damage in that direction. But afterwards, you know, if you have another guy coming over here, then maybe you loop back around over here. Ben, what are you talking about? We're just talking about AOS strategy. Yeah, I've used multi-twitch before. That would be kind of fun, though, to just commentate on streams, on AOS streams. Could even do community-hosted tournaments. Yeah, that's too much work for me. Even the idea of, like, I stream from 9 to 3 because that's when the kids are in school. And then I stream, I take the evenings off to spend time with the family. So the idea of streaming in the evenings, too, means, like, it's going to have to come out of my family time. And as much as I think that would be fun, I enjoy my family more. I'm sorry, chat. But, like, tournaments, then, are even more on top because there's preparation involved. And it, like, no matter how well you run a tournament, too, people are always mad for one reason or another because they never go off perfectly, right? There's some bullshit, and then people are like, oh, well, that's not fair, you know, that shouldn't have been that way, or... Thought you said you're my family? You guys are the redheaded stepchildren that live under my stairs. You guys aren't the real family. And then you ban Shy, and Pia gets mad. I recognize that. Under the stairs cupboard.
Zeph has given Dobby a sock. He's free from AOS.
Ooh, a little origin. We've got an origin and a limbo today. Maybe we can get a quick little flame and Kabua at the same time. Huh. I had to repair my dryer a couple weeks ago. My wife was like, she came upstairs, it was in the evening, she goes, the dryer's making a weird noise. I said, oh, fuck. I said, I'll look at it, is it still working? She goes, yeah. I go, okay, I'll look at it in the morning. So I go down there in the morning. The first thing I'm thinking is it's the blower fan on the back. And to a certain degree, I was right. I take the whole back off of it, take the casing off the ventilation and the back blower fan. And there's nothing visibly caught in the blower fan, but I go to manually spin it with my hand, and I notice that there's some serious resistance. So I'm like, okay, time to take the front apart. So I pop the top off, pull the drum out so I can see the motor. Sure enough, there's a pair of underwear wrapped around the motor. So I have to take those out. And the reason the pair of underwear got back there is when I took the drum out, the roller wheels, one of them was seized because there was hair wrapped around it somehow. And it was just sitting there locked in position. And then the drum roller was rolling on it. And it wore it down. There was like a crescent shape in the wheel. So because of that, the drum then tilted slightly this way because it wasn't seated properly on the roller. And that's how the underwear got back there into the motor, right? So I ended up having to take the underwear out, clean the whole thing. I got new roller wheels. Might as well put a new belt on it since I have the whole thing apart. Put it all back together, and now the thing's humming like brand new again. Now that I think about it, I probably should have maybe put a little oil on the wheels. But that's not that big of a deal. I can very easily do that without having to take the whole thing apart. Wait, there's only 2 sages in Asia? Are any of the new scrolls worth using? No, they're meant more for convenience, right? You're paying a tax for convenience. You should still just use your 3-hour house buffs. It's like less than half the price. But there is the convenience, like if you can't get out and house buff, you could just pop one of those. Yeah. It ended up costing me $70. 60, 70, I think it was 70 after tax for the whole dryer kit. If I would have had someone come in just to look at the dryer, probably would have cost like $150 just to have them pull into my driveway. So, yeah, dryers are, at least like if you have an older dryer, newer dryers are obviously going to be more complicated. But if you just get like a good old-fashioned dryer, the shit is so simple. There's a motor, there's a belt, there's a fan, and then there's the drum and it rolls on wheels. And that's it. And like almost anybody can take a look at it and understand immediately how it works and immediately identify where the problem is. And as long as the motor itself isn't dead, you can fix anything else with it and it's fine. If the motor's dead, then you might as well buy a new dryer because the cost of replacing the motor is going to be basically the same cost as a brand new dryer. Oh yeah, I guess there's the heater too. I completely forgot about that. I imagine that's probably pretty easy to replace because there's just a fan that blows air through it. And it's, you know, in a sense, kind of like a reverse radiator, right? It just runs a current through a screen. The screen heats up. The fan blows through the screen and blows it into the dryer and puts warm air into the dryer. It's basically a toaster. Really, right? It's just it's a heavier duty toaster. Probably some type of metal that has a high resistance, so when the electricity is pushed through it, it creates more heat. I'm pretty lazy when it comes to my vehicle, and I just have my dealer keep my tires on rims in storage at their place so I don't have to store them. And then I go in there every 6 months for an oil change, and I just get them to swap the tires at the same time. And normally it isn't too bad, but just this last time, it ended up costing me almost $300. And I don't know what they've done with their prices, and why they've jumped so much. But I'm like, Jesus fuck, I don't mind paying like $150 to have someone do all that and not have to deal with keeping tires at my place and all that. But like, it's getting to the point where I'm just gonna fucking do the oil change and the tire swaps myself if it's gonna cost that much. Shared in Discord? Appreciate it. It's crazy how much silver we make. Am I preparing for BDO 2? No, I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna say something mean. I'm preparing mainly for Sovereign Armors, right? If they release Sovereign Armors and they end up being like the Sovereign Weapons, and then there's 4 of them to get, that shit is gonna be crazy expensive, so... It's wild. If they're on rims already, jack up the car, drain the oil, same time, drop the tires off, put the refilter. Right? So it's like, I don't mind sitting there at 8 in the morning and just having them do it with my cup of coffee, and 40 minutes later, like, it includes a car wash. I'm like, okay, cool, I can sit there, drink my coffee, no problem. But for $300 fucking dollars, fuck that, man. Yeah, the oil on the receipt was like $60, right? So when it was like $180, then it was like $100 for me to just sit there and enjoy my coffee in the morning. Because the filter and the oil would have cost me, you know, basically the other 80 anyways. But now, like, it's just like, oh. Plus, they have all the equipment, so they could do it quicker. I just got a shitty little jack. I'd have to jack it up, do one fucking tire at a time, basically. Jack up the front end, do those tires. Jack up the back end, do those tires. Try to do the oil at the same time. Yeah, well, it's both. It's definitely the wages, too. But it is everything down the way, too, right? The thing is, even a little less than half, if they're charging me $300 and you assume $100 worth of parts, right? Like, between the oil and the filters. This is Canadian dollars, too, by the way, you guys, if you're wondering why it seems high. But $100 for the parts, that's $200 extra, right? That is basically going to wages. If half of that is going to administration and then the other half to the mechanic, but it only takes them 20 minutes, that's $100 for that 20 minutes that's going to the mechanic. $20 minutes is probably a little quick. I mean, I haven't actually done it a ton, but I bet if you were really good at it, I guess, and you have the proper tools, right? Torque wrenches and shit, you get it done real quick. Hey, how you doing, Junior? It's been a little while. For me, it's going to be a lot more. I got to do some good old-fashioned elbow grease with a fucking crowbar, you know? Elbow grease, one jack at a time, one end of the vehicle at a time. Something that take a proper shop 30 minutes to do is going to end up taking me probably an hour to do. What's up, kiddo? Oh, you asking something? What's up?
Yeah, so the girls.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, right? If I'm spending $300 for them to do it, I might as well just take that money the first year, invest it in the tools, and then after that's pure profit. That's a really good fucking point. That's not even $300 a year. I do that twice a year. I get the tires and oil changed, right? In the spring and in the fall, so... No, no, you're right. I don't need the high end. The thing about their tools, too, is they're using them every day, all day, right? So they need good tools that are efficient and gonna last. I'm just gonna be using the thing twice a year. So, I'll probably, as long as I get a half decent one, doesn't have to be the best one, just a half decent one, it'll probably last me forever. Awaken Lawn PV? That's a good question. How are Awaken Lawns grinding these days? Anybody know? Ugh. Uh-oh. What's wrong with your cat? Oh, are there replays working yet for other regions? Hey, they finally are. Ba-dum. 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 Shit. I wonder what time my wife is done today. I don't want to see Kuno buffed. Maybe in PvE. I'm pretty sure, is it Awaken or Suck Kuno that's actually a pretty solid grinder? It's just another one of those classes where it's like effort, right? People don't want good classes that take effort to grind. They want good classes that take no effort to grind. No. People want their chill grinders. Oh, I keep forgetting to put up another 10 buff. Want a few minutes why Dark Seeker's over Pig Cave over or Zekia? Or Zekia is better money. Pig Cave is probably about equal money. For the unfortunate one, the fortunate one is obviously better money, but it's not open all the time. I choose Dark Seekers though because it's better XP than the others. I'm slowly trying to push to 67. And if I were to grind just those two other spots, it would take forever. Will that benefit? A little bit more HP. That's the main thing. Every odd level gives you one more hidden AP, but considering you're running around with like 1,000, one more is a drop in the bucket. The main thing is just to get it, right? Small goals. Just a cool side project. Yeah, same thing with like collecting a trillion trash, right? No real purpose other than just giving myself little things to do. It seems like a big goal, but there are people out there who are 71, but yeah, it's kind of more of a measurement of how much you don't play the game than how much you do play the game. The funny thing is I would level faster if I just sat on the dummies 24/7 than if I grind. And even better XP on top of that is spamming RBF. But that's assuming RBFs are being played. Yeah, Guild League was really good XP too. Everyone 67 1 plus grinded Gyphon exclusively? Almost, yeah. There's probably a couple who haven't, but the vast majority of them, yeah, that's probably true. Why did I turn my Igris off? I was like, why is my Igris not going down? I accidentally fucking turned it off. Oops. This fucking song is gonna remind me of Jester's montage now. I just have a picture of this fucking terrifying elephant running around, trampling people. It's been like permanently imprinted on the song now for me. Probably took me about 6 months to get 1 trill worth of trash. That was about 3 or more trillion silver in total. Oh, that'd be amazing. If you could hear comms. Pico Doso, was that hero play? I can't think of any other Pico Dosas that are doing AOS. Hero play seems to be really good with it. After Garmoth? No, it's getting kind of late now, yeah. I'm going to be taking a break here pretty soon. As soon as my wife gets home in like 30 minutes or so. I'm going to take a little break, hang out in the backyard, maybe have a beer, do some barbecuing, a little bit of yard work. And then I got Siege later tonight. No, you don't have to apologize. I'm not that pressed to do Dolans. I enjoy grinding. I needed to burn my Igris today anyways. So I wanted to burn more yesterday, but then I ended up getting caught up in those fights with John before I ended streaming. Then last night I ended up playing just a handful of games with Belair and tried to get my weeklies out of the way, or got my weeklies out of the way, I should say. I don't know if I'm going to even bother doing the weeklies next time. Playing those five games to do the weeklies made me even less motivated to play Solaire this season. I was hoping that maybe they would amp me up. But I think I just called this season a wrap. Hopefully after this season's done, there's some Awakened Sage nerfs that happen that bring a little more thought back into the class. Not my kind of content, but I've heard mixed opinions. Yeah. Well, the people who are playing the good classes are happy. The people who aren't are unhappy. That's how it is every season, really, right? Nothing really changes there. But yeah, Awakened Sage is definitely looking like it is the going to be the broken class this season. Like Deadeye was last season, or Duckzerk the season before that, or Awakened Drac the season before that, or Suck Megu the season before that. There's always some bullshit, but I mean, this one might be the kicker. The season's just started and the number of Awakened stages in the top 100 is increasing. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like by the end of the season. I'm worried that because they let this shit get shipped out the way it is, that it's going to result in them over-nerfing us after. I hope they don't overdo it. I'll adapt. Yeah, Deadeye's still good this season, it's just not broken. It's a properly balanced class now. I don't have any issues. Their damage is high, but they're pretty squishy. They have lots of movement. You don't have to worry about a grab. Feels like fair trade-offs. As long as you respect their damage, right? Don't just let them start lighting up into your back. Then you shouldn't get too caught off guard. I'm really glad they're squishy because I don't want them turning to Sork. Well, Sork's a reasonably squishy class too. It's just they don't feel squishy because when you're fighting them, they're rotating iframes and forward guards, right? So the few times where you do have the ability to throw damage at them, you're just hitting a block, and then they iframe a couple times, get their block back, right? Right now, like, Awakening Sage is more like a Sork, except it's a Sork that can actually do damage. It's doing damage while moving, while iframing, and even if you try to sit there in like a block or a super armor, then it can grab you. It's like a medium-ranged Sork that also has a grab. And its stamina management isn't an issue anymore. Most other classes run out of stam before you do. Well, Awakened Sage's grab isn't as BS as other ranged grabs. Of all of the ranged grabs in the game, Awakened Sage's grab actually requires the most accuracy. It is very unforgiving if you slightly aim off to the side. But the real kicker with Awakened Sage's grab is how quickly you can cancel out of a failed grab attempt. It actually goes so quickly that you're better off, instead of sitting there waiting to see if you got the grab and then trying to move, you're better off just trying to move, and then if you can't move, then you know you landed the grab. It has a very, very forgiving fail animation. That's the bigger issue with Awakened Sage's grab, not the fact that it's ranged. Or you got CC'd while grabbing, well, that's a latency thing. That used to plague me like crazy, and then they centralized the servers, and that almost never happens to me now. It is so rare. Ever since they centralized the servers, I've had that shit happen to me less times since they've centralized the servers as it used to happen to me in one day. Latency definitely has a huge impact on grabs. Yeah, I don't know of any other class that has two grabs, two versions of the grab, right? Awakened Sage, and that what makes me, I was saying this earlier, Reptiles, I don't know if you're here. That leads me to believe that's probably why Awakened Sage's grab bugs out like that so much, is because if you're in melee range, it does a melee version of the grab, and if you're at range, then it does like the electricity version. I can't think of any other range grab that has the two different purposes of that, right? Like Lon's grab is always the same thing. Same with Awakened Hashes. I'm pretty sure even like Awakened Corsairs. So I do think that's part of the reason. I think when your latency is high or your opponent's latency is high and you do the grab and there's some type of mismatch, this is what I think it is there's like a mismatch with the server where it thinks that you got your client thinks you got the range grab, but the server thinks you got the melee grab, and because of that mismatch, then none of the grabs actually apply, so the person ends up just being able to run out of it. And that's my theory, at least. Damn, DSR doesn't drop me nothing. Doesn't that mean it drops you everything? You just hit that shit with a double negative. I know what you mean, though. DSR doesn't drop you anything. Nah, I feel that. Grinding definitely feels much better when you're getting drops. That is for sure. Big question, is it worth coming back to BDO? That's kind of a subjective thing. New code? Cool. I'm pretty sure those birthday codes are pretty thick now. I'm assuming that the birthday code. Yeah, they quit BDO a while ago. Mac kind of came back off and on for a while, but when Thorn and Liberty came out, yeah, they both dipped. Vert streams that regularly though, if you want to check them out. It's still fun to watch. Vert's a good dude. They're both good dudes, obviously. I don't have a guide, but there is a link to a guide in my stream. So type Sage Guide. There's a really good, extensive Awakened Sage Guide there. Made by a stage named Archive. Speaking of Archive, I haven't seen him around here in a little bit. Yeah, better than Honglim? Maybe, I don't know if it's better, but if you're looking for a change of scenery, I think Thornwood is probably in that area. What else, chat? What else is comparable? Maybe Highlands? I don't know how good Highlands is these days. Trolls, maybe? Yeah. Crypt? I don't know about Crypt. Well, if he's at Honglim, then we're gonna assume around Honglim gear. Cyclops? Yeah, maybe Cyclops too. Gyfin is 400 DP plus? Oh no, definitely not. You don't need that much DP for Gyfin. shit. How many big stacks do I have? Oh, nice. 250, a 200, 180, 8 150s. Oh, perfect. Yo, Cadge is YouTube streaming. Let's go. They're pretty much the same. I can't remember what Hash's DR is. I think they have similar evasion. Yeah, they have the same base evasion. I'm just wondering the DR. I can't even remember what Hash has in terms of self buffs because I feel like they've changed them quite a bit. Oh my. No. Yeah, that might be the main difference right there, is we have a 5%... Is it 5? Fuck, now I'm wondering. No, 9. Where, yeah, they have 15. So, yeah, they're a little bit tankier than us. Yeah, I'm confusing the buff strength with the duration. Ours is 9% for 5 seconds, where I think theirs is like 15% for 10 seconds, isn't it? So it's easier for them to keep theirs up. Yeah, even without evasion gear, you're still getting dodges these days. They restructured evasion, so even at lower values, it's still giving some value. Depends what up against. I can't speak specifically for all classes. I mean, it should be easy to pull up. 1 second, let me take a look. Okay, let's see. Adventure guide, classes, damage ratios. And then I'm pretty sure clicking on these still doesn't work, right? No. So let's scroll down until we find... Wait, did it work? All of a sudden it kicked me back up to the top. So I'm not going to go through and see how much damage... Well, I guess we could do it this way. Let's see. So Warrior does... Why aren't these in... Okay, Sage and Hash. So, Warrior does a little bit more damage to Sage. Ranger does more damage to Sage. Sork does more damage to Sage. Zerker does more damage to Sage. Tamer does more damage to Sage. Musa does more damage to Sage. Maywa does more damage to Sage. Velk does more damage to Sage. More to Sage. Seems like it's ranging anywhere between 5 to 10% more damage. Ninja, more to Sage. Wizard does the same damage to both. Same with Witch. Dark Knight, more to Sage. Striker, more to Sage. Mystic, more to Sage. Lawn, more to Sage. Archer Mortis Age, Shy Mortis Age, Guardian Mortis Age. That's Hash. Hashes do more damage to Sages than other Hashes. Nova, the same to both. Sages do more damage to Sages. Corsair Mortis Sages. Drac Mortis Sages. Wusa, the same to both. Megu does much more damage to Sages. That's a bit more than a 10% bump. Scholar Mortis Age. Dosa Mortis Age. Deadeye Mortis Age. Now let's see damage output. So for that we scroll back to Hash was the first one. There we go. So let me pull my snipping tool here. Take a little snap of this. Okay, now let's scroll back down to Sage and compare. So Hash does more damage to Warriors, more damage to Ranger, more damage to Sork, more damage to Zerker, less damage to Tamer, more damage to Musa, more damage to Mewa, more damage to Velk, more damage to Kuno, more damage to Ninja, more damage to Witch and Wizard, more damage to both Striker and Mystic, more damage to Lon, more damage to Archer, more damage to DK, more damage to Shy, the same damage to Guardian, the same damage to well, I mean, obviously, to Hash, the same to both. Sage does more damage to Nova. Hash does more damage to Sage. Hash does more damage to Corsair. They both do the same to Drac. Wusa does more damage to Wusa. Megu is very, very slightly in favor of Hash. It's practically the same. It's in favor of Hash to Scholar. Same with Dosa and Deadeye. So the only two that are different is Tamer and... was it Nova? Yeah, Tamer and Nova are the only two classes Sage does more damage. But Hash takes less damage from almost every other class and does more damage to every other class. What's up, Juicy? That's interesting. I didn't realize it was that flat across the board in favor of Hash on both the defensive and offensive side. I've been trying to motivate myself, Choosy. Are you still here? Is that why? Well, no, that's not why. I mean, we're just two broken classes. Hash is just as broken as Awakened Sage. The main difference is Awakened Sage is easier to play. You still here, Choosy? But yeah, both Awakened Sage and Hash are both broken classes right now. Because Awakened Hash is a bit more difficult to play. Sorry, one second. Because Hash is more difficult to play, that means like when your average player hops on it, they're gonna make more mistakes. So it'll be easier to catch them and punish them for it, where Awakened Sage is a lot more forgiving. So even average Awakened Sages will make less mistakes because you know, the game's kind of holding your hand if you play a specific way. Look at Choosy dipped right away. Maybe he's in a match. Choosy's probably playing right now. That's probably why he can't type. Oh, you were in a long ass ad? Oh. I've been trying to motivate myself. I've just been very unmotivated to play with with what they've done to Sage. And I tried motivating myself last night, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to do my weekly quests, get my 500 crons, and maybe that'll motivate me to play. And I ended up even less motivated. I ended up just steamrolling through my 5 wins, and I was like, this just does not feel fun to me. It's just, I'm killing people standing. There's like nothing they can do about it. It's just so unmotivating to play. So, I don't know. I'm probably going to just take this season off. It's a short season anyways, too. It's only a month long, so there's only... You know, after this week, there's only going to be 3 more weeks of it. I don't even think I'm going to do any more of my... I don't know. Maybe I'll do my last 5 placements just for shits and giggles, but... I'm also going to be gone for almost a week of the season as well, so it's like, I don't know. I also don't want to get used to this. I am 100% confident they're going to be nerfing us after this season is over. And, because it is so blatantly obvious that we need it. And I just don't want to get used to this either. I'd rather just wait it out until the bomb hits and then adapt to that. Yeah, I'm just worried they're going to overdo it. I hope that they're very, very moderate with it like they've been with other classes, but man, we've already been the victim of a nuke being dropped on our heads, so I have PTSD of that shit, of post-reboots. Yeah, Snoo. I feel like we're going to end up a bit worse than before the buffs. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, because I don't think we needed... I would have been perfectly fine if they kept us exactly how we were, and then did the PvE buffs, because we definitely needed that. Did the PvE buffs, did the... and then maybe just a couple little, like, fine-tuning. But, like, with everything they did, it feels like too much. I mean, it's kind of the perfect example of what happens when you do PvP buffs first and then PvE changes. Because as soon as the previous season of Solaire happened, we got PvP buffed. And nobody even realized we got PvP buffed because there was nothing PvP-wise really going on, aside from a little bit of Guild League. But then they gave us PvE buffs, which just piled on top. Because now, like, Upsurge had a shorter cooldown, Lightning Bolt had a shorter cooldown, Lightning Prison had a shorter cooldown. We gained a protection, a shock slow, gained 2 protections, one on Chain Lightning, one on Lightning Surge. Like the protection of Lightning Surge has made it such a more enjoyable ability to use. But like, yeah, they did the PvP changes first and then did the PvE ones. I wish they would have just did the PvE changes, and then we got the little bit of PvP overlap that came with that, and that probably would have been fine all on its own. We didn't need the PvP stuff on top. So it just ended up too much. Pre-buffed Awakened Sage felt good. It did, right? Because if you put the work into the class, you could perform well. If you didn't, then you wouldn't. Yeah. I basically said the same thing. Bolt used to cost 250 stamina. So my changes were nerf the movement damage by 30%, except for Divine Executioner. I think that's a long enough cooldown, and it's not something you're really just throwing for damage, but you will sometimes, like if someone's running from you, you'll throw it at their back. But like Spearbolt, Aftershock, Impaling, and Judgment could use like a third of their damage taken off. You'll still be able to pressure people, but you won't be killing them just standing to the point where they feel like they can't do anything about it. Bolt used to be 250 stamina, and they dropped it to 150. I think they should bring it back to 200, right in the middle. And I think shock slows need to be a 10% slow, not a 20% slow. I think that'd be a good start. So it seems like we both have pretty much the same idea, pretty close to the same. Where do you fish? Oh, you can fish in a lot of places. Yeah, the more people that fish at your spot, the more it's exhausted, so... Fishing spots is one of those things that people typically don't share. Is Kajo fucking grinding Gaifen between matches? What is wrong with this guy? Mostly in the water? Oh, I wish I thought of that. God damn it, what a good comment. Oh, what a dummy. Yeah, he should totally be at Ash Forest. If he needs Forest Furies, just run around and kill those little ghosts between matches. That's definitely the play. Wait, if every AOSer did that while they were waiting in queue, they might be able to single-handedly solve the Forest Fury problem. Wait a minute, is that the meta? That's kind of huge. That's some big brain shit. Because Forest Furies are worth way more than you're able to sell them for because of what you can turn them into, right? Forest Furies are the bottleneck. That's smart. Just lots of different crystals will use 1 to 3 Forest Furies. And those crystals are almost all max price because people just don't have the Forest Furies to make them and they lose those crystals grinding. So like, I think Corrupteds take 3, so it's typically not worth it. But there's some others that take 1 Forest Fury. So like you can get all of the other mats off the market for pretty cheap. And then take that 1 Forest Fury to turn it into the final product and then sell it for a big chunk of money. You'd have to take a look at which specific crystals. Yeah. Oh yeah. We've said that for a long time that like Sage would if it didn't have stamina issues, it'd be able to just go crazy and be impossible to catch and impossible to pressure. Yeah, stamina was its it's a perfectly fine restriction when used appropriately. It was really bad for a while where it was a detriment. But it really is the leash. So many players can't manage they can't handle trying to manage that many different things, right? Trying to properly rotate cooldowns for movement, remembering the cooldowns on protections while also managing their stamina, or sorry, rotating protections appropriately to recover stamina and manage their stamina. There's too many things going on at once, and people, like, yeah, it definitely kept a lot of people off the class. And also, and that's where it really bugs me, because that shit, when you did that shit well, it felt super satisfying. When you were fighting another class as an Awakened Sage, and like your class was known to have stamina issues, but you played it so well that you still ran them out of stamina, that shit made it very satisfying to play when you know you did that shit. Now it's just like, you're just expected to run them out of stamina. The question is, how quickly can you run them out of stamina? What is that red line on the screen? Oh, I must have accidentally clicked on the draw thing. I have like a drawing tool. Woo! I must have accidentally clicked on it at some point when I alt-tabbed. You know what I could do with that, though? I never realized. Anybody doesn't see anything on screen? I could just go like this. Boom. Now they'll see it, right, chat? I do this. How much you at, Mr. Zethian? Mr. Zethian? Mr. Zethian, how much you at? How much you at, Mr. Zethian? Mr. Zethian. Forest Furies drop at Ash. They drop off the little ghosts. Not the normal Ash mobs that you grind there. But there's like these little ghosts that you'll practically one-shot. You kill them and they have a really high chance to drop them. Shit. Yeah. My wife's gonna be home any minute. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna go grab a beer, go out in the backyard, do some yard work. Actually, you know what? I should just end the stream now that I think about it. At what gear score for Darkseekers? I'm not sure what it recommends. Probably whatever the thing recommends. You go to your map, click it. These are the stats it recommends. I think that's pretty accurate. Have a good one. See you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a nice day. Good luck with your AOS matches, everybody that's queuing tonight. I'm just going to go enjoy the sun and some fresh air and touch some grass in my backyard. And then I'll come back inside and nerd out for some Siege. Hopefully there's a banger of a Siege tonight. No Norelio streaming yet, eh? Maybe I'll send you guys over to Pinks. Pinks is working on some DK. I don't know why Pinks' UI looks so weird. Yeah, I'll send you guys over to Pink's. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. We will, tomorrow's Sunday, so we won't be back tomorrow, but we will be back Monday. I hope you all have a nice weekend.